Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream today. I got my cup of coffee all ready, and am a little bit out of sorts today because a friend of mine is going through some stuff. I can't talk much about that. What I can do is bounce over to here, and we're going to work our way through making this Take Care plugin. Because here's the thing, it's essentially, I've got bits of it figured out. Here I can build and put it over there, at which point it'll be possible to see what this does. Unfortunately, it doesn't do the right things yet. But, you know, hope springs eternal. Oh, and that's not it. That is reverbs that I was making this very morning. So the reverbs are going quite well. What's not going as well, and over here is the plugin you're getting this coming weekend, which is Silken. Hear how it changes the sound to a sort of whooshy kind of noise going on. You're getting this coming weekend. That's not the one either. Hey, John Daub superfan. Oh, look at that. Yeah, Inca Roads with the Bruce Bickford animations. Amazing stuff. This, however, is not amazing stuff. What this is Take Care, which is not currently working properly. Now, what do I mean by that? And forgive me if I'm a little bit distracted. Like I said, I have a friend who I don't see all the time, but still rents a bunch of space in my mind, who is going through some stuff right now. It's actually a Canadian friend of mine, but not the lady that I dated. It was the lady that I never dated. She dated somebody else and is going through some stuff right now. Anyhow, I've made a plugin that does this. You may say, that's fine. You should let it do that. Why would you want anything other than this? And the answer is because it's supposed to make smooth noises that way rather than these very edgy, sharp noises. I can probably apply it and see what terrible thing happened. One of them is that I'm only seeing the dry sound after a long delay, and it's not supposed to be doing that. But when we zoom in, we can see that it's doing a bunch of odd stuff. In fact, we can zoom in on this and see even stranger things happening. Yeah, it may very well be an accurate representation of brainwaves. Point being, if I can make it behave itself better, it'll be broadly useful. And what it currently is doing is not at all broadly useful. What it's currently doing is applying vibrato to what starts out as sine waves. And I've got, I think we're starting with 3 separate vibrato waves and then some more delays on the top of that. Unfortunately, it's letting me do the vibrato waves, but they are very gritty and unpleasant sounding. And we can see in here, this is what you get when you take a 1 kilohertz sine wave and slow it way down, but in a way that is not good, because it's essentially all broken. So my job, no, I don't want to save that. My job today is, seeing as we finished Silken the other day, and I showed it on those drums, which is not the way you're going to be wanting to listen to it. Time to make Take Care work. And Take Care has started out as, the first thing I did was I started out with Melt. Melt is a much older plugin designed to do similar kinds of things. It's just that I feel I can go way better. And because the idea here is using my 3x3 reverb matrix that I'm using for early reflections. So here's something that I tried to do. I tried to do a 3x3 reverb matrix by simply using 9 delay times and then combining them all together for a total of 27 total added up delays. And that's what I had going on for some of the earlier things, like I think maybe even Take Care. I think maybe even K Beyond. And the most recent church reverb, the K Cathedral 4, is when I figured out how to apply the householder matrices, and I can show you what those are a little bit here. This is how you make a householder matrix. You've got 3 different delays, each 3 delays per side. And for the left channel and for the right channel, we are taking 2 of the delay returns and multiplying them by -2 and then adding the third. Householder matrices seem to like to do that a lot. You wind up with a lot of inverted outputs, and then you have one positive output that is like down a diagonal. With only a 3x3, that's not much. You don't really end up with that much going forwards. But what it means is there's this tendency to have 2 outputs, and each one in each successive stage that you feed to ends up getting a different inversion of the previous one. Well, when I tried to do that, what ended up happening was I suddenly got a way better early reflection delay sound. It went from sounding kind of dispersed, and I'm glad that you're enjoying Pointy Deluxe. That's good. I would like to put that out as a physical stomp box, but that is a little beyond my, that's not happening this year, I'll tell you that right now. It could end up happening. If it did, it would end up happening in that way where I start selling hardware. Something that I'd like to start this year, and it's anybody's guess as to whether that's possible. But if I did start it, and I was able to, for instance, use an Electrosmith Daisy to host the little tiny computer that I'd need to build Pointy Deluxe into, I would be building something like that. And yeah, when I used a householder matrix on the 3x3, it suddenly sounded way better. So the immediate question in my mind was, I didn't expect that. That was amazing. Just by using this method rather than the other method to give 27 delay returns. Well, one thing about it, John Dobb, is I have a plan based on other Canadian people that I know, in fact, based on Loading Ready Run's Desert Bus project. If I do that, and I'd dearly like to try, everything is going to start at like an Airwindows stomp box. Probably the first one available will be just a gain boost. I might dial it in using the 7-string and just figure out how to run that it can serve as a DI, and I can set it up so that I can use that. And it'll be like $100. And then every successive stomp box that I make is like 7% more. That's the idea. Because there is only me here. There's nobody else. It doesn't actually end up getting to become it's not going to become a production line thing where I'm attempting to compete with like Behringer or something. That's never going to be the case. So anything that I build with my hands is going to be more your like Etsy style thing. And that's how it's likely going to roll, because I only have so much time to do things like build stomp boxes and inhale solder fumes and stuff like that. I'll try to avoid inhaling solder fumes. I have an overhead fan that I can use, and I can do my level best to make sure. Oh, what OS is this? It is Mac OS. Snow Leopard. My plugins are developed on older Mac to start off with, and then ported to many different things. Like I have to build the Mac AU and VST twice, because the first ones are built on this, and then I build another set of them on the computer I'm doing the streaming from, and that is a much newer, although not brand spanking new. In fact, the computer itself is not terribly new, but it's also it's not on the newest OS for that either. But it's new enough that I can have it be code signed by Apple. And so that's what the new M series processors are supported by. Let's bounce away from that and start focusing on this a little bit again. Because, yeah, it occurred to me, if I'm able to make this, for instance, rotate thing here, and that is going to stay there, and the idea is that applies the, yeah, I'm going to have to not love the smell of it, because if I end up doing that, and I've done little bits of it, here's something that I've just built. Let me bounce back to the camera for this. We might as well, I don't know at what point I might end up having to run off and support a personal friend that I don't talk to that often, but who's going through some stuff right now. Just fair warning, that could happen. I built this. This is all of my Bastel Castles on a board. What I did to make it work, you see that it's blinking away and stuff. I've used this to sort of jam weird industrial techno sounding kinds of things. It's got 2 drum castles, 2 ARP castles, and 2 original Bastel castles. And I can make all kinds of terrifying noises with these. It has 4 outputs for these ones, but you can also patch them all together. And when you wire all the outputs together, it winds up making this sort of composite noise. So I can get these guys, even though they don't have outputs of their own, as long as I patch into this spot here. Like, if I do a stream for these, and I'm really considering the idea of doing like a Castle stream rather than simply a Minecraft stream, maybe next week, in the upcoming month, when I switch away from plugin grinding so hard, I'm probably going to be using all of the outputs. Not all of these are outputs that you see, by the way. Each one has a 1/8 inch output for the sound, but also an 1/8 inch I/O, which is here and which you can patch other stuff to. So technically you could use it as also an output, but you can also run audio into it because it contains some, I think, Schmidt trigger diodes, or it blocks excessive voltages from coming in. Everything is basically made so that it can't blow up the little tiny computer chips that make this all run. I've actually got lots of those computer chips, but I have not yet begun making things like this out of them. I could make a terrifying techno monster device and use my own ATtiny 28s or whatever they are, whatever those are based on. And they would let me use the software, which you flash the chip with software to make it be either a Castle or a Castle 2 or a Drum Castle or an ARP. And then I'm pretty sure the LFO for all of those is the same. I think the LFO for all of them is the same. But they would let me do that. It's just that I'd have to follow other aspects of their circuitry as well to protect it from getting hurt by getting wired together wrong. Although there is also the possibility of allowing it to be wired together wrong in such a way that maybe it'll make interesting noises. But you don't want to sell people stuff that will just blow up and be broken. So I wouldn't want to do that. But yeah, talking about solder fumes, I had to resolder the power connections for these because there's spots on the circuit board where you can run jumper wires. There's the plus 5 volt jumper wire and the ground jumper wire, and there's little holes that you can solder wire into to just bridge them all across so that you plug in one USB cable and it powers everything. And you could also run an external power to do that. And then I've got aluminum wire from like aluminum fence cable holding them all together. So I've never had as sturdy of a little Techno Monster board. And then there's a screw holding these to this perf board backing. And yeah, maybe next week I will get into just firing that up. I'm going to want to bring over a camera for the purpose of sitting it down, making music that will go into probably a Console X mix is what I would most likely do in order to get that working. I would probably just set it up so it's like, okay, all of these inputs are alive at once. We're all going into Console X. I will do a mix of it, but we'll also patch everything together to make strange modular synthesizer-like things out of it. Because the thing about the Bastel Castle is you really can do fun things with a very Berlin techno style theme to it. It's really quite good at that. And I've done that. I've gone to cons. I will be going to a con. And brought along a sort of Walmart grade party speaker, which has a USB battery charger on it and a 1/8 inch input. So you get a cable for the USB to plug in the device, you get a cable from the device to plug into the speaker, and you can have a portable battery powered terrifying Berlin techno noise making thing. Or worse, it can be very deeply modular synth crazy noises. I'll probably be showing you this next week. I mean, I could be doing it now, but I feel that Take Care needs work and that I need to put this together. Let's bounce back over to the audio program. And I'm going to open something like this. Yeah, it'd be an interesting Hangout stream because the deal with that is there's a program I can run where I can run the output of the Monster synthesizer board, the battery powerable Monster synthesizer board. I can run that into a Console X mix in Reaper and perhaps even like capture 2-track output of it anytime I want. That's very doable. Anytime you're making like live streams and doing audio output in Reaper, it's also possible to simply use the same technique to capture a 2-track audio. So I can do live performances that way, and it's just play it and go, and there will be a high quality 2496 capture of it. I could throw on Bandcamp or just throw on, I'll be streaming it to YouTube, so there's that. if it ends up coming out great, or like edit an album out of it or whatever. And that's a fun thing. That's definitely a fun thing. And I can hear it by running a little program. Let's see, what do I call that? Audio Hijack. Audio Hijack is able to take the SWB audio capture out that I will use to stream to the people listening. Like I stream to YouTube like this. I'm just setting my sound to SWB audio capture. And then if I play this, hang on. There we go. If I play that, I can't hear it, but you can. And then if I run Twisted Wave, even while doing that, oh wait, no, hang on, I can't quite do that. Well, I'll cheat. And it wants to install an update, but I don't need that because it's working fine, so don't bug me with that stuff. I can do this. You will now hear it a little bit louder. And it'll be coming through the microphone as well, which detracts slightly from the quality of the stream, but it means I'll be able to hear what I'm doing as well. Although what I'd be wanting to do is go to what's called Ray-In Audio, and that's my way of getting to the optical out. I'm currently, oh wait, I better stop that. I'm currently doing my optical out from the other computer, the one that you see. But I mean, it's possible for me to do all these things, and it's definitely possible for me to fire up this craziness. Again, it's all Bastel Castles. I'll get to your question in a moment, Jonathan. But it's possible for me to get all of those going at once with 4 or technically maybe even 8 distinct outputs to do stuff with in Console X. So I can mix them, I can EQ them in different ways and stuff. And then be able to stream the DI of it rather than just being able to overhear it through the microphone. And also capture it so I have a high quality output of that. And be able to hear what I'm doing. At the slight cost of the microphone that you're hearing me talk through would also be getting the output of the speakers. So it might be a louder stream, or I might just have to fiddle with things in various. I could just not peak out too hot and it would be fine. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe next week or perhaps the week after that, or I'll find a time to do that. And I don't know whether it'll be a great Hangout stream. There are so many things that can be done. For instance, I could jump into VCV Rack, and that is essentially a freely downloadable. If you want to run it in like a DAW, you should buy the commercial version of it. But there's a standalone version of VCV Rack that my stuff works with just fine. And that is, when I'm doing anything, I always like to do it in the you can do this side of things. That is my preference. I'm kind of wandering. I think I'm just distracted by again, like I said, I have a friend who's going through some stuff, weighs on me a little bit, and Jonathan's asked a question. Chris, one question, what do you mean by Console 6 being more garagey? What I mean by that is the way the distortion and undistortion curve works is it kicks in earlier. Console 6 distorts harder. Console 6 has channels interact with each other by the way that the console algorithm works more aggressively. So I would call it more garagey just because it will generally be more of a sort of cheaper, more distorted tone than another console version would. I've been leaning more on console 9 with all of the, well, not all of the simulation style console versions like the MCI and the Quad 8 LA. those are all using sort of mix and match variations on the console algorithm, complete with a EQ section. And there's probably ways that I can dig into that harder. Again, assuming I survive for many, many years and get time to do all these things, I'll find time to revisit all of that stuff. Any of those could also be using the Console 6 algorithms, and hence they would have that slightly grungier, more garagey kind of sound. That typically means it's a more aggressive sound and it's more distorted. I wonder if I can... Let's not demonstrate that right now. I opened this up because, albeit I am sort of fussed and distracted by a troubled friend, I'm going to show one of these things. This is actually part of how that works. Headroom is gain staging in and out of a console version inside this. I should be able to hear this do something. So maybe I have chorus updates to do as well. Certainly what I'm looking to do is a chorus ensemble extended to the point of madness. Yeah, I could see doing another chorus plugin because I'm not impressed with what this is giving me. Let me see whether the first one does any better. I wanted to demonstrate a thing and it let me down. It didn't show me the thing I wanted. Channel chorus, as in chorus. Chorus ensemble might help. Ah, there we go. So I don't know why Chorus 2 wasn't giving me anything. I'm looking to make a whole bunch of pitch bends do this, but Chorus is only one. But what it's doing is there's an interpolation in there. So it's sort of smoothing, softening the sound a little bit. What's happening here is I'm running a delay line, and then the recording back out of the delay line has its tap, which is how far in the distance the delay ends up being. How far that goes up and down. Ooh, galactic vibe. I could have a look at that. But this is, in fact, an example of what you can do with an aggressive pitch bend. I think what's happening with Take Care, and Take Care is not working properly. I can show you it again. See, we hear it doing the same pitch thing. There's kind of more of them, but you hear the pitch thing happening. But there's this nasty buzz. And I think probably the reason it's doing that is I'm modulating this part. Like we've got A3AL, it's input sample L plus F3AL. We've got this delay. We've got the output, and somehow this is not working correctly. It's taking the output, but not in such a way that's working correctly. Whereas if we looked at Galactic Vibe, for instance, that being another one that does actually work, and then we look at it in the audio software, it's not going to have that nasty buzzing, because if it did, I would not have released it. No. Instead, this one's going to be better. And it's going to be in stereo. And I'm going to have to open it from here. There it is. Oh, it didn't register. Please accept my click. I'm only trying to do a very simple thing, which is click on this. Boom. There we go. So 0 probably means no effect. That's a faint flangey noise. And what it's doing is modulating more, but also modulating faster as you increase drift. So Galactic Vibe can't be pulled down to a point where it's doing what Take Care is meant to do. Take Care is meant to do a giant, crazy vibrato thing if I wanted to. This, you can't hear what it's doing, but it's meant to do a aggressive stereoization. So it's meant to take each channel alternately and have it be higher pitched and forward, or lower pitched and backwards. It's doing two separate pitch things. This is not that dissimilar from what I'm doing, or what I'm trying to do in Take Care, because here, I'll show you. And in a way, me walking through this is helping me as well. Oh, and I opened the VST plugin, but that's fine. It would be about the same because it is a stereo plugin regardless. It can only be a stereo plugin because it requires that you do the wide stereo effect. So drift, POW A3 times 0.001. So drift is doing the same thing that param A is doing here. Not sure what that's about. Delay M. What even does delay M mean here? I guess that's just the extent of this counter, which I'm not entirely sure what that counter is for. Oh no, that's Galactic Vibe is what I'm looking at. So in Galactic Vibe, that is the maximum delay. And it's running a buffer and it's counting through the buffer. It's counting up, which is similar to what this one is doing. Let's see. So we're adding that with that one. See, there's my first problem, I think. And then we're doing this additional offset. And we've got, see, this is kind of like what I'm trying to do with Take Care. I'll talk through it because this is one that I have to figure out. And yeah, again, this might not be my most coherent stream. By all means, jump in and chat with me because my head is discombobulated. galactic vibe, in a sense, does what take care should do. I'm a little puzzled as to what old FPD means in this code. Galactic vibe is doing things I don't understand. And I should, I made it, but I don't. However, some parts of this I understand. In particular, there's a thing in here which I can do more gracefully at other times, where it very much is doing a thing. So look at this. I could probably even take this and extend it. I will scroll it or just move the window so that I can be sure to see it. So here's what's happening. Yeah, galactic vibe is similar to a Leslie. And we are making this one value, vibe M, increase. That is the single LFO that controls all of these things. We're looking at what is similar to a quadrature oscillator. A quadrature oscillator is something where you can get a sine wave out of it, and indeed I'm using sine in this, but you also get to have rotations of that sound wave. So you could get the opposite. You could get a sine wave and then the opposite of sine wave, so if you added them together you would get zero, you would get silence. Or you could have a quadrature oscillator that was 4 taps in it, in which case for every sine wave that you had, one of the taps would be 1 point along the wave, one of the taps would be 1/4 of the way around, and halfway around, and then 3/4 of the way around, and back to 0 again. That constructs 4 very distinct positions for modulation out of a single LFO. The idea with galactic vibe was to take 2 positions, and I am a little puzzled as to some things. What I'm puzzled about, although I know the code is there and works and so I can simply adapt it, what I'm puzzled about is whether I'm doing a quadrature oscillator where, like, so count M is counting up to delay M. Sine will turn all of those things to a sine wave output between -1 and 1. If I do sine vibe M plus 1 times 127, that's going to give me a variable that modulates between 0 and roughly around 256. 128 will give me 256, so it's going to be a little bit less. That's how I'm modulating across the delay buffer in order to make this vibrato thing that it does. And when I do offset MR, it's sine vibe M plus, that is half of pi. That is M underscore pi underscore 2, which is how I would write it now. But funnily enough, the way that this is being done is correct for what I want to do with it in take care. Because what I want to do with it in take care is go, first step is vibe M, sure, fine, that's 1 point on the axis, and then every successive point would be, like for 9 instances, I'm not sure whether you'd use the 9 literally. I would need to know whether it was, this is math I should probably try to work out. You would go vibe M, sine vibe M plus 3.1415, etc., divided by 9 times 1, or divided by 9 times 2, or divided by 9 times 3. See where I'm going with this? In fact, I could even run with that and maybe get that to go. I'm also a little puzzled as to whether I'm going to be able to use the undersampling. It's possibly causing problems for me. That said, what can you do? I'll do the best I can with it. Getting the actual vibrato effects working is posing issues for me, but some parts of it are not. And in particular, what I do know is I could stack up more of these if I wanted and do whatever I wanted with this. And look how small it is, too. Look how cute that is. I could take that and use whatever size of buffer I wanted, because this shows me what the size of the buffer is. Delay M equals 256. And the other one, I'm already defining a much larger buffer, like 16386 or something like that. All of that can be updated. At which point, and I do not know what old FPD, oh wait, no, hang on, I do know what's going on with some of this. Oh yeah, okay, I see what's happening. Galactic Vibe uses some of my 2-tape code to make that modulation be a bit of a warble, to be a little strange. I might actually find that useful for Take Care. Possibly not. Possibly I'll want it to be more predictable. But the reason this is doing old FPD equals this plus that is because what it's doing, that's the maximum intensity. What it's doing is every time it goes through its cycle, it's going to be faintly different. It's not going to be one fixed setting. That also suggests that I could have that randomness be user controllable. After all, Take Care is meant to be like the caretaker music maker. It's meant to be this wild creature where you can make it do all these really weird things. So part of it, having it be stable, would be good, but also it seems as if there's a usefulness to having it go very wacky. And I'm warming to that idea. The point that's also very clear, however, is we've got all of these funny words for things here, not all of which need to be kept the way they are. And I can adapt some of this language to the delayed things that I'm currently doing. But what this is doing is applying 2 delays to 2 channels, left and right, and it is doing them 1 delay per channel. If I do this same thing, but I do it with like 9 delays per channel in a householder matrix, all I have to do is replace the vibratos of each respective thing with this code, which already works. And I may very well want to simplify it down a little bit. It's using a lot of language in here, which I'm wondering about. Like offset, that's clear. I feel like what I've got in here is interpolation between sample positions, which is smoothing out when I'm doing that vibrato stuff. And I think that is, as much as caretaker music takes advantage of digital grunge, because like that famous Caretaker album, something about it at the end of time. I don't remember. I do not remember the name of the album now. And I've listened to all of it. Not all in one sitting, mind you, but I've listened to all of it. Maybe it's Everywhere at the End of Time? Because I'm getting it confused with the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once. But I feel like maybe Everywhere at the End of Time is actually the name of that album. Well, that's using samplers to do a lot of its crazy things. And so there is a degree of digital grunge in there. But I'm making Airwindows plugins, so I don't necessarily want to have it simply default. Like, if I wanted it to default to digital grunge, what I've got already would do that. And I don't like what I've got. So I want to replace it with something that will give it a smoother sound. For if you wanted to take, I don't know, like a sine wave and get a crazy ambient album out of it, or be able to manipulate the controls and have everything react smoothly rather than with grit and grunge and nasty noises. I mean, nasty noises are fine, but I'd like to do a different flavor of that stuff for this. And John Daub, you have just raised a suggestion that I was talking about 5 minutes ago. It would be good to separate the more random warble element, which you see in front of you as old FPD times drift. And then old FPD means 0.249, etc., plus FTPDL is my dithering. And it is very much possible to separate the more random warble element to its own slider and be able to do lots more or lots less of it. You're absolutely correct. It is possible to do that. Sounds like I'll want to do that. Sounds like that would be a good idea to do. So maybe I've talked around the problem enough, and the next thing to do is to extract the stuff in Galactic Vibe that works, especially since it's designed to be tightened up to not be that big of a... It's not built to make a giant delay and a giant latency. This is designed to apply a minimal amount of delay that's also applying maximal amounts of this vibrato. So, where shall we start? Well, we've got everything Bezier undersampled. I might just be able to get away with that. I like the idea of running this inside undersampling, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't think I'm going to be generating lots of incredibly high frequencies out of it. And this also makes it possible to derez everything. I get to have derez as a control, and in fact I've got it built in, I'm just not using it right now. And if I do that, that means I get to do the weird pitch bendy scary nonsense at deeply undersampled rates, meaning it will be darker, it would be more delayed, it would be more exaggerated, and if I do the derezing with my rather than stepped like in the reverbs, if I do it continuously like in the special effects ones, then I'll be able to dial it down and impart those intense sort of digital pungencies. It can develop a cursed digital flavor. That assumes I want the cursed digital flavor, mind you, but it will be possible. So let's leave the Bezier undersampling where it is and translate some of these things over. So we're going to comment that stuff out. Actually, you know what? Let's literally just copy. And then we can quit. This is the guts of all of Galactic Vibe. We're going to simply paste that in and comment out the bits that don't apply. But I'll get to look at how this is done and copy it over. So, we're not using that right now. Or these even. But oh, do I have to go up to... Let's reopen the other thing because I need to go to where the plugins are stored. See, without this, it won't run. And that will actually work, even though I'm using the VST version, because I have literally just made a parameter. So with this, we can use drift and get it functioning. But no, because I have to define another variable. Bear with me. This is not going to be one of my more efficient streams. And you know what? That's going to be fine. Again, I work in a peculiar way. I'll reveal a little bit more about what's going on right now. Back in the day when I was going to more cons, I went and roomed with the lady that I knew at the con. We were both a lot younger. I ended up getting a mad crush on this lady, but she ended up going with somebody else. And that somebody else has just betrayed her. And I've continued to know her, although I embarrassed myself in a fit of being beside myself with having a mad crush, and had to straighten things up. I had basically talked rudely, and ended up having to straighten stuff out and be like, no, I don't mean any terrible, nefarious things. Settle down. And that's the person who nicknamed me when I was into Brony fandom, and thinking, oh, I'm an Applejack type because that's how I am, and so on. And she was like, you're more of a rarity. I stayed with you at a con. We shared a room. And you seem more like a rarity type to me. And I was like, oh, wow. Huh. Well, there's a point. Funnily enough, there are multiple episodes in which that very contrast becomes interesting. And there is a episode in which Rarity substitutes for Applejack by getting herself very muddy and getting involved in Sisterhood Social. And it's a neat episode. But that is literally Rarity in camouflage as supposedly a mud-covered Applejack. Well, this Rarity has not been getting covered with mud quite so much as all that. But that did ring true. So that's somebody who gets me enough to be able to make that observation. And, you know, following her on Blue Sky and stuff. I was following her on Twitter as well. That's where some of that stuff went down. And, yeah, it has shaken me up that she's going through stuff that she does not deserve in terms of bad things happening. I was, the initial suggestion of bad things that were happening was a different suggestion. of what apparently had happened. And I unironically was dismayed to hear that this guy from out of my past, who I'd become very upset because she was being flirtatious with, had gone, something bad had happened to him medically, and only to find out, well, that may very well be true, but then something else was also going on, and he'd betrayed this friend of mine. Blah. Messy, ugly, don't want that from my friend. And when stuff like that, a similar time, similarly, I had somebody following my channel who showed up and was one of the more well-attended, like a person started following me who had way more subscribers than I did, so I checked her out. And it's this young lady in Austin, Texas, who I got a massive crush on immediately for similar reasons, because I have a tendency of getting massive crushes on tiny, feisty, capable women. And the lady out of the furry fandom is a gifted artist. She's an artist in the Warner Brothers animation style, but man, just does not put a foot wrong, and is capable of drawing that cartoony type stuff. And it's as if it was a professional Warner Brothers animator drawing it. I don't think she animates, but she draws those. She draws characters and has a fan base who go to streams that she does and so on. And then the lady in Austin is a musician and does live streams where she reacts to music, and has put out a album recently which I helped fund the vinyl release of, interestingly. And that was more or less because I had gotten very heavily caught up in oh my God, beautiful, tiny, capable woman who seems utterly awesome. And the best that I could do with having been thwacked with a crush was try to support her work. And so I did. This is very similar to when I was growing up. I was raised on a series of detective novels. I was raised on the Lord Peter Wimsey stories by Dorothy L. Sayers. And my mom in particular was very heavy into all the children need to read all of those books, because the main character, Lord Peter Wimsey, was her idea of a model for what a man should be. And so we all basically internalized that. And it's a very good rendering of somebody who would be capable of meeting a woman who is a talented creator in her own right and just as strong as any man would be, and being completely smitten but also supporting her work. And with Lord Peter, it's because he is literally a peer and is independently wealthy, and it's like a Sherlock Holmes fantasy, really. And I'm not any of those things exactly, but there's a reason why there's a type that catches my attention. So understandably, I am deeply distracted, and I'm completely fine with that, and I'll write it out. I'm not going to be falling over myself to check throughout my stream. Although if she showed up and was like, Jinx, I need to talk to you now, I would end stream and go talk to her. But I dropped a note on Blue Sky being like, oh geez, I just heard, if you need to talk, I'm there. And I'm going to be hands off at that point, because it's none of my business whether she even feels like talking to random dude that crushed on her, 10, 20 years ago? Oof. Boy, I'm getting freaking old. But that's just how I roll. That is just how I roll. And yeah, Pink Sounds has a comment on the My Little Pony show. It's a really great cartoon show, I tell you. It really is. and it will always hit at the heartstrings. Pink sounds. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. You know I'm a writer, you know? There were people who have showed up to my streams who knew me as a fan fiction writer, and I wrote numerous books. And yes, books. Novel length, not even novella length. And numerous as in 9, 10 of them? I wrote a fan fiction universe, and it was essentially an Adult Swim version of exactly that, using those characters and bringing them into the adult world, which ended up involving not only a large amount of polyamory and all manner of other stuff, all basically in character, but in character is complicated when you've got like Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie in there, but also involving like vampirism and real legit. I like to take the characters that we started with, like the main character, the main 6, main as in MANE, of course, and each of them get a turn. Well, not each of them. Maybe there will come a time when each of them, but mostly it's been certain of them, get to take a turn as the main villain, the big bad. And the way that I write is they work their way through that stuff, which is generally really grueling, and then come out the other side and they're okay and they've learned something and they've gotten better. That happened from the first book with Twilight Sparkle getting involved in a elaborate love parallelogram with like Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, and Fluttershy gets involved there as well because she's in the very first scene, and Twilight Sparkle cannot handle falling for Applejack this hard and essentially loses her mind and goes on a murderous spree but is stopped. So she's prevented from doing horrible things, but she really loses her stuff. And Twilight Sparkle becoming the big bad and losing her stuff is a pretty terrifying situation, but not as terrifying as the later book in which Pinkie Pie had been slipping and loses her mate in a situation where Fluttershy is basically straight. Fluttershy plays with Pinkie Pie and gets involved with her because she doesn't think that she can have anything else. But she ends up trying out stallions firstly so that she can have Pinkie Pie's kid, because there's a whole thing with wings that I built into there. But then upon trying that, she goes, oh my God, this needs to be my life. I have been living a lie. And now she has to square that with Pinkie Pie and doesn't really do a very good job of it. And basically ends up, it gets really complicated. And Pinkie Pie going big bad is the scariest thing ever. And it kind of keeps canon in the way where it would fit on top of the normal timeline, because watching the show is kind of a prerequisite. You wouldn't get any of that stuff if you weren't familiar with the original show. But then also, it was being written during the time the show was being aired. So like when the Halloween episode Bats aired, and it did an entire thing where Fluttershy was turning into a vampire and then is rescued or cured or whatever it is that they did. And then the Iris Out is a gag in which Fluttershy like winks and shows little fangs and it's gone. Upon seeing that fairly quickly thereafter, I realized, okay, that explains so many things about my Fluttershy that I'm writing. It explains why she's so down on herself and so guilty. In canon, if you see Fluttershy using the elements of harmony, she always looks as if she doesn't feel she should be doing anything of the sort, and she doesn't really deserve to be using it. She's turning her face away, and she's reacting in a completely unexpected way. There's so many things about Fluttershy being like a insanely powerful hyper being of some kind, but then also not wanting to admit it, or being really negative about herself and not feeling like she should not be allowed volition and shouldn't be allowed freedom because there's something terribly wrong with her. And I basically started writing her, and some of my readers did not like this. I basically started writing her as if she was the vampire that she was in that one episode, and so much was made possible out of all of that. Including things like, well, but she's a nice vampire. She's like a vegetarian vampire. So she never, ever, 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 ever bit anybody or attacked anybody. She became a vampire. There's a twist in the story that I won't reveal, but it's a complicated chain of events involving a vampire fruit bat getting bitten by somebody. And in no cases do the vampire fruit bats ever bite anybody, because why would they do that? They bite fruit. And if a pony ends up biting one of those in some, either directly or in some convoluted sequence of events, then you've got a vampire pony, which could be as bad as you think, or Fluttershy ends up refusing to harm anybody, and so she basically just never acts on any of that. And no, she doesn't have a garlic garden by chance. But if a pony gets in a fight with her and bites her, we have a problem. Or if any number of other things, like in my stories, the Pegasi breed by the usual way, but also combined with ovulating through biting wings. And that's the only thing that matters for them, so that they can be very, very casual about body-oriented things, but the wings are a big deal, and they have huge hang-ups around wings only. And, well, if you have to bite somebody's wing, getting funky with them in that way, but then they're also a vampire, that can give rise to consequences too. Or if, for instance, Fluttershy is doing her thing of flying into a rage and attacking somebody, but she really thinks that she has targeted somebody who is a genuine meanie, maybe she loses her train of thought and without meaning to cause somebody to become a vampire is fighting them with everything that she has. And yeah, a lot of stuff opened up as a result of that. And in order to experience any of those plot lines, you basically have to trudge through the first book, which is not bad if that's your line of stuff, but it definitely starts out with just, okay, this is clearly the fan fiction written because somebody wanted to write Applejack and Rainbow Dash getting together in this complicated way. And you have to be able to get through those original things. And then as soon as Twilight Sparkle gets dragged into things, it becomes emotionally complicated very quickly. And then when Twilight Sparkle decides that she needs to murder her rival, things get even messier. And it basically never stops getting messy. It never stops becoming, like, essentially my 40s and early 50s were consumed by having nothing going on in my romantic life at all and writing this instead. And so that's basically what happened. So I will type into chat the keyword and I'm misspelling it, so let me fix that. And then I will get back to my actual work today, because I've drifted away from that more than a little, which is not there's a partly completed book that's like 2 chapters in with a full plot line and everything that the previous books had worked up to, because I ended up getting pretty good doing these. And then another one that exists only in terms of plotline. And I basically had to start doing my day job. I had to start doing my regular work. Also, as I passed the age of 50, and now I'm past the age of 55 even. I'm like 57 or something now. that side of things simply weighs less heavily. It's simply like that side of life just does not bother me as much as it did throughout the years when I was 40 to 49 to 50 and so on. When I was a grown man with grown man needs and desires and stuff, I had to burn off that energy somehow because I did not get to use it. And so I didn't get to use it. And I wrote a book series that's longer than The Lord of the Rings plus Narnia laid end to end. And ended up getting pretty good at it. And it is still just what you'd think it would be. Oh, also, I see Ben Hunter has a question. Magic hidden key to gain stage with Airwindows plugins. No. No, I don't have that. Okay, so let me see. How are we doing this? Okay. Well, I've replaced some of this stuff. I'm just seeing what of this I still need and what of this I don't. AML here is the same as A3AL here. Plus the regen. The vibrato plugin doesn't have regen. I mean, it could, but it doesn't. Countdown plus plus. So I think what I'm getting wrong here is that I need to not have this be applied here. Here's the mistake I'm making, which is causing the problem. If rather than run this D3 for each of these parameters, see if I scroll down, you will see that this is the same as what the other one did, even to the point where I can copy this and replace it. If I put this here, and then replace it with these letters and remove the previous one, it'll stop doing vibrato. And I choose to do that right now. The reason it's not AR, BR, and CR is because of the way that the channels work. Also, I shouldn't need to be checking whether it's less than 0. It's something that I've been doing just for sort of sanity checking. Oh, I've also just done that wrong. So far, so good. And then these also must be updated. Although you'll note that these include the same number sometimes, and that's because the maximum delay for each of these things can be independent. So let's see. Oh, gotta keep going. Gotta do this. B, C, C. That would be F. That would be I. So now that needs to be taken out. And then offset is the part that matters here. And I probably don't need these because that's going to be done elsewhere. So how about we just quickly run this now? It'll be good if I can come up with a way of making this work. I mean, especially because, like I said, my brain is completely discombobulated. Somebody that I like is going through some stuff right now. I don't need to say any more than that. But I'm going to try to work anyhow, because, how can I not? This is what I do. And if we build this, then I have to comment that out, don't I? So what bits of this are here? vibem. And of course this needs to be commented out. I'm not even sure why I missed that. That ought to work. Hang on. Do I even need to do that at all? Surely rotate is what I want. Are we still using rotate for anything? Yes, we are. Okay, time we move this elsewhere. These two things do the same thing. They're just doing them in different ways. What I need to do is, do I have drift defined in here? Yes, I do. We've got old F2PD. Fine, cool, okay, yeah. Old F2B needs not to be 0, though. I wonder if there's a bug in here. Oh, old F2B can't actually be 0 ever for real Z's because these are the limits under which it can operate. But it needs to not start out being 0. Otherwise, if it started out being 0, it will never move. And vibrato will never move. So let's assure that it is always at least this. Cool, cool. But then, as we start trying to rotate this, this is the one we're using for the new one. And that's the one we're updating with there. And also, currently we use mpi rather than longhand for that. And in the current one, we're doing Like the difference between some of these is rather cream coat versus crunch coat. It's like the Bezier curve undersampling stuff, where if I do a cycling situation that is able to drop things down to 0, it'll be more locked in. But if I do one where if it goes beyond the outcome, it subtracts the outcome, that means it will flow more smoothly, but possibly at the expense of something else. However, that is what we were trying to do. So I'm simply going to take this, and rather than going to 0, we're going to subtract the same thing that it just said it was larger than, and so it will not end up being 0. It'll end up being some other number, and we should be able to build a new version. And the new version won't have any vibrato at all. But a lot of delay. Let's test that assumption. Let's test that assumption on a vocal. There, so nothing's going to happen with any of these controls anymore. I do not remember whether I have a dry wet. B's my dry wet. So we'll hear 2 instances of whatever this is.
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands up?
So that sounds unpleasant enough because that's a song where I'm singing mean, nasty things. But all the same, that worked. We now have a undersampled delayed thing, which is basically the maximum delay that it can be. And we're looking at how this was done. So here's he says and stops talking. Wondering whether I can move all of this somewhere where it's harder to see so that I can make better sense of all this. Rotate is going to be a value that I feed into sine. Offset becomes sine plus these various things. Well, here's where we get that. This doesn't need to sit here. I can move that to down here. I feel like I should also change these or at least I would if I wasn't spazzing out and making a silly mistake of myself. There. They should be O for offset because the other one was called offset. And we'll move that part of it to here. And this is essentially what we're doing. We don't have to define those variables because although we could, in modern programming, it's sometimes good to define variables closer to where you're using them. You can also do things like define them as const And if I define them here, I don't have to do this. Meaning I don't have to do this. That simplifies that a little bit. So let's see where we've got. And let's keep moving these things to where they belong. There's the equivalent of that. Here's the equivalent of that. We don't necessarily need to have all of these get independent delay times. I mean, I can. I don't have to. I can use the code from some of my other stuff so that it's using the early reflections code out of something like K-Cathedral, or better yet, K-Guitar Hall, which I don't think I've put out yet, where you can zoom closer or farther, and that will give you different amounts of basically delay and latency. Seeing as we have to have this here now, let's have this here now. These don't do anything yet, but they will. And let's make it match this with the following update. And notice that this has the times 127 there. There is, of course, an additional thing that can be done here. And it would look kind of like this. That ends up being like scale up to the size. Oh, actually, I have to use half of that, don't I? I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. We'll work through this. Oops. Because this is a sine algorithm, you see. So the sine algorithm is producing -1 to 1. So the modifications we're making to it are producing 1 to 2. So it needs to be multiplied by 0.5 to make it be, 0 to 2, being turned to 0 to 1, being multiplied by the size of the array that we're using, meaning that the modulation can't go beyond the limits that that array can occupy. It should work. If it doesn't, we can do 0.49999 or something like that to make sure that it works. Anyways, trundling through this stuff. We'll keep a line of chatter going to the best of my ability, even though, like, when I do, it used to bother me more than it bothers me now, that when I do streams, the streams, like, run away and do things like get food or go to sleep, things like that. That's the nature of streaming, and like 10 years ago or so, when I first started trying to do it, I didn't understand that part as much. And people will pile back in when they see fit. And, I could make another cup of coffee, but I'm not sure if it's a little late for that already. It's like 1 in the afternoon. Oh no, I chased somebody away too. It's down to 2 people. Well, whoever you are, you're awesome, and you can go and take a nap or something if you like, and I'll still be here until around 5 or so Eastern Standard Time. And not only that, I think it's fairly likely I'm going to be able to make this work. I think that is fairly likely. Also, by all means, yeah. Pink Sounds, you have an even better excuse. You could have followed my clues and gone and start reading my terrible pony stories and become completely lost in them. Because if you don't bounce off of the first chapter, I probably have you. The first 3 chapters, it is weirdly similar to Fight Club, in that Fight Club started out as a short story, which ended up being, chapter 6 or something like that. And then he decided to expand it. With mine, it started out as a short story, which was very much just Klopfic, and continued because people liked that story, and it was the most popular story I had done up to that point. So people wanted to see more. And I went, oh, okay, so AJ and Dash, fair. I've also brought in Fluttershy in a way that is interesting and slightly more complicated. And let's suppose Dash has a thing going on with Pinky, and they are both very much poly, and upon Dash wanting to share Applejack with Pinky in this new way, Pinky is deeply offended that Dash is hurting Applejack's feelings by not understanding how to do things any other way than this really casual, wild pony way. And that brought in Pinky. And then there were a couple of other variations. And then Dash goads Applejack into offering to bring some fun to Twilight. And it turns out that Dash has already had a sleepover with Twilight and gotten a little frisky, but then refused to get any more emotional about it and just kind of bailed, just kind of cut and ran in the morning, or flew rather, and leaving Twilight in something of a vulnerable state and making all kinds of assumptions, and also wanting to impress her friends and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just saying you have every excuse of running off and doing that, but doesn't matter. I know what I'm here to do, and I am proceeding to be doing this. And let's see if I can adapt this in the way that I need. So firstly, we'll delete that. And then I'm going to copy this entire chunk and put it to where I need it. Because now I've got stuff organized in the way I need it to be. So first thing, I'm gonna port this. I'm gonna port that. But first thing occurs to me is maybe it's here that this needs to live. Ooh, also I don't need that kind of spacing. The reason I have interpol there is because that's short for interpolate. And I won't need to do it quite that way. What's happening is I am taking the offset, which is let's see, I'm going to have to go and look up what offset is. Okay, I see what that's going to be. And then the floor of it, floor offset means integer version of that. So integer version of it minus, or the floating point version of it minus the integer version of it translates to This is the proportion between 0 and 1 that this sample is between these two samples. It means I can do linear interpolation between two samples in the end result. And I get to add 1 to the sample and then check to see if it's scrolled through the end result there. Similarly to how this is a much simpler version of the same thing. In fact, let's strip out the left and right variations on that. For all of this, hang on. Why was that bigger? Oh, I see why. Need to leave that. Because we're not really doing this quite the same way. Instead, we're going to be defining that, and then each one gets a plus equals variation of it with this offset minus floor stuff. And the offset minus floor stuff is going to be translated to the current version of it. Meaning we're applying this stuff directly, meaning I don't need to assign it to input sample L. That's getting done elsewhere. So I get to delete this too. Technically, I don't need to let's go through this a little more. I'm going to end up getting to the end of this and making it work. But what I need to do firstly is reprogram all of this on the fly so that it more closely resembles what I'm actually doing. Because a lot of this stuff, modern computers are capable of running a lot of mathematics without even blinking. But modern computers don't like as much spawning in temporary variables for things. I'm probably better off reprogramming this so that it does some of this differently. Let's go through and at no point do I actually need to have this or this. Let's delete the right version as well. This is just where I stuck the templates for what I'm trying to do with it. So a template for this is exactly the same plus the regen. That doesn't need to change at all. And it's the same as this and same as that. Same as that. This is what I'm trying to turn it into. Similarly, oh, for heaven's sake. Undo, please. There. Same as that. Changing it to fit in its new scenario. Here's a special case. And it's going to go more like this. see now. Okay, so we can make this shrink down to nothing. We can also build this into C. If I do that, then I can just multiply it by C, and it'll be the same thing. And it'll go from 0 to a maximum of a modulating thing that goes up to its maximum size. And it's going to match whatever this letter is, because we can make it take on a initial sizing that's like one of my early reflections patterns. Namely, I could go and program a early reflections thing using into the matrix and come up with one that's good, and that will override all of the modulations, which are all going to be custom modulations still, mind you. But that's the amount of change that it can then apply. So if we're going to go through here and update these things, here's the one we're working from. This 1.0 needs to go away. Actually, that's another way of doing it, but I don't care. We're going to be doing it the way I'm meaning to do it. Because this is going to scale from 0 up to 1 based on how C is set. So this part, not ready yet. And I'll tell you why. We're going to do that. Let's add the other bit as well so that I can see what I'm doing. Turns blue. That shows us it exists. But forgive me for being all confused. Sometimes we use the same value. You see where it matches? It matches the delay buffer that it is in. It matches the delay buffer that it is in. So we've got those variables, and I can override them and make them be whatever I want. And may yet do that. It may yet do that thing. Currently, I've got them overridden to be very large values, which will have its uses. But so here's where I start trying to figure something out. I'm going to talk it through, long as we're struggling with the challenges of not being very photogenic. We're going to try to do this. If you take a sign, as in a circle, a quadrature rotation. Quadrature means if you'd have two taps on it and they both rotate around, because currently we're looking at sine rotate plus m pi divided by something and plus or times something. It's a sine, so it's going to start with 0 and scale up until the final position in the sine would be 3.1415, etc., 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 namely pi. And that would be a second instance of the 0 position. And we want the 0 position to be the 0 position. Rotate plus 0. Let's continue walking through this a little bit more. It's not even bothering me that I'm slow and confused. I'm doing my best with a number of things, and one of them is this particular program that's been giving me fits. So we'll just do our best, shall we? And here's one scenario where I need to add another paren. So there's going to be a number we divide pi by. What am I doing? Times 0. And then we need to have another set of numbers. But hey presto, 1, 2, 3, 4. But no, we're not going to be using that. No. And I'll tell you why. It's because we're not actually using these letters to correspond exactly to numbers. We're going to have 9 taps available for the 9 delays. They correspond not to their position in this little bit of code. They correspond to the letter that they are associated with. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. What that means is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. With I being 8, C being 2, 0, 1, 2. I should write this down on a piece of paper, but I don't have one handy, but I'll go and get one. I am so distracted. I don't like people that like going through bad stuff. My hope is that the lovely lady of which I spoke feels better later, although she's another good one. She was not the one doing the betraying. She got betrayed, and it's going to take her a while. I hope she ends up okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. These are my key numbers for this. And we count upwards by 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what? I have just got the answer to one of the questions I had in mind. I'm all concerned about the quadrature element of this, where you don't want the first and the end one to be literally the same value. And it occurs to me if the final one is times 8, then divided by 9 is perfect. So that is perfect, except for that I don't know what f means. So they need to be written into a matrix. I think I have my matrix looking kind of like that. I probably don't even need to do what I just did. I've already got the information I needed in that FS5, so never mind. I am simply wasting my time with that. I'm one off. I have now got that calculated correctly, and this is probably the very result I need. Well, that's cool. Okay, so one thing I could conceivably do, seeing as I've got this is correct and is not actually going to be changing between the original form of the effect and what I'm doing with it. That stays. So I need to add this everywhere I need it. And it'll create like this delightful merry-go-round of delay taps where they're just all going up and down in sequence, like a large sign around the outside of a merry-go-round, and that was how high the horses go. And so they'll be following each other, and there will be some that are cut back and some that are increased at every step of the way. Hey, Gabriel. Near as I can tell, it'll work. I don't really quite know how it's going to affect stereo imaging, having these particular delays occur in these particular places. Well, right now I'm stuck in old-timey mode. It makes you feel old-timey when your youthful misdeeds are brought to mind, and in weird contrasts. I tell you, it really, you feel like much less of a crap person when you flirt with somebody inappropriately and they go, no, I want this guy, and that the guy ends up being bad in the long run, which I don't like that. But it turns out, in retrospect, no conclusion to that thought. Because honestly, there's no retrospect. There's just me, and I have a friend who's hurting, and I don't like it. Anyways, I have something to copy to new places and update. So let's see whether I can do that or whether I'm too distracted to do that. If I'm too distracted, it's because I'm a silly man and or silly pony. And we can but do the best we can with what we've got. D, E, F, B this time, E, H. And we got to update everything else at every step of the way. So D, E, F. I've only got one more bank of these to do, so if I can get through this, I'll have some of my work done. And that'll be nice. And yes, H is part of the math we're doing. Oh, I'm glad that the reverbs are working out for you. Resonator, have you tried Pointy Deluxe as just such a thing? Granted, you also have to have things be very distorted, but still, that's kind of what it does. Okay, now we start updating these things. D equals 3. E equals 4. F equals 5, just as it did previously. B equals 1. E equals 4 in this mathematics that we're doing. H equals 7. Okay. So if I have not got things wrong, also bearing in mind I don't actually have to multiply by 1, I can just leave it. Might as well. Are my parentheses still good? Yes. Don't need all these parentheses. I can take some of them away. Let's start doing that. Good, good, good. Got there. Same for here. Ooh, as long as I'm deleting things I'm not going to need. Multiplying by 1 is not a thing that we must do. Multiplying by 0 means all of this does not exist. 1, 2, 1, 0. Boom. It's a little more confusing doing those things along the lines, but whatever. If I can get through this, that part of my stuff will be done. So I'm not worried about that I'm confusing myself talking about it. As is so often, I trundle my way through all of these things and do my best, and if it's confusing me, whatever, I'll live with it somehow. Translate final version over. I should check to see whether the left and right versions are different. They may not be. If they're not different, I don't need to do this calculation twice. Old-timey whatever, as in coming up with new things as fast as I can figure out the thing. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. The important thing for me, going forward certainly, is I have to also give myself time to breathe, or I will simply conk out like Steve Albini did. That is a guy who very much was Mr. Drink infinite quantities of fluffy coffees, which is a form of cappuccino that he invented, and just go from the moment he woke up in the morning to when he fell asleep at night, 100% at all times without ever slowing down or resting. And he ran a recording studio and didn't go bankrupt in the course of doing that, but it was incredibly rough, and I think that going that hard is what killed him. I don't know, but I do know that, like, I don't know whether he ended up having to clean up his act in some ways, but if he was abusing drugs or alcohol and ended up making the fluffy coffees that he made, well, that tells me he is somebody who just kind of transferred it over to other things, and that's the natural thing to do. The stuff I have to do is be able to go not as fast as I can. That's worth remembering if you're the kind of person that acts like this, is you need to not go as fast as you can. You need to go fast, and the as fast as you can play into it, but you also need to cut yourself a break sometimes and make sure not to just go until you break and stop. So yeah, this is, in particular today, is not going as fast as I can. Today I've been talking all day about how I'm distracted. I'll get over it. It's fine. But let's see now. What are we doing? We're mirroring this. Why is this say CFI? The first one said CFI. Oh, CFIR. Hi. Well, the reason it says that is because I pasted it over and I did not update that yet. So fine. I was trying to figure out whether my whole early reflections code was fatally flawed and had bugs in it that I had not found yet. All right. See you later, Wahano. False alarm. I saw something that looked very bad, and it's not what I thought it was. Yeah. And I do love coffee and drink it all day, but I'm closing in on 60 years old and need to keep an eye out for that kind of thing. So I generally satisfy myself with 2 cups a day, perhaps 3 sometimes. It's a little late for me to go for 3 cups now. I stopped doing this and should continue doing this. GHI AD G. Those are the variables I need to use. I bet I don't need to. I bet I don't need to calculate these twice, although perhaps for individual left and right. No. I think I can tell already that, well, let's walk through it and see. I'm going to walk through doing this as if it needs to be fully stereo. And then I'm going to calculate out whether I actually need to keep redoing these in a stereo form or whether the O3G thing can all be brought up to the top of the program and sit where the LFO lives. Firstly, excuse me. It's not that you're boring, I'm just yawning because I've gone so hard for so long. GHI, okay, so G means I need to use 6. H, 7, I, 8. And then A translates to 0. Then D translates to 3. And G, well, that's just 6 again, isn't it? So when we're running this calculation, these are always going to produce the same number. If it's rotate plus m pi divided by 9 times 6 times C times D3G, doesn't matter whether we call it L or R, it's gonna be the same thing. I do not need to have dedicated left and right versions for these things. I'm inches from clicking on the wrong place and changing things around. Oh, well, you know, Pink Sounds, I talked about how I spent a decade writing My Little Pony fanfictions, naughty fanfictions. I've always looked younger than my age. That's why I ended up having to write My Little Pony fanfictions, because nobody wanted to date me when I was like 20 and looked about 15. That's just the way of it. What are you going to do? I ended up becoming Chris from Airwindows, so hey, there's compensations. Let's see about moving some of these things around. Hang on. We're doing an O stands for output here, doesn't it? Yes, it does. I'm already using O for stuff. Yeah, see, that's a problem. I have done a foolishness. I mean, don't let it worry you, but I have done a foolishness. Let's fix it. The reason I'm getting confused is I'm looking at the outputs and I'm also looking at the modulators, and I've used the same variable names for each of them. Oops. That is a silly thing. See, O3AL and then O3AL right here as well. Oops, 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 oops. However, I know what I should do about that. First of all, let's delete some of these things that only go to show me where I've got to. Then we're going to move the other things up to here. But before we do, we're going to find everywhere it says sign rotate and remove the bottom set. That's not it. This is. Because the top set's going to say A, B, C, D, E, F, and then rotate G, H, I. And then we're going to scooch these things together, because we have to move them out of the way of the other variables with the same name that I need to keep. Weird how I have... No, it's not weird. I know why that is. There. It will end up looking about the same. There you go. And then we've started this work here. We need to paste that there. Then cut that away from there as well. And move it right up to where that is. And then we're going to go and rename everything. We don't need those 3s there. We can call this whatever we want at this stage. Modulator, you know what, Gabriel? We can run with that. But you see, the modulator is associated with a letter, and the letter is associated with a position in the matrix. And all of these things are scaled by what's called D3A, B, C, and so on. So it starts with no modulation at all because it's all that plus 0. Then it's m pi divided by 9 times 1, which is the same as m pi divided by 9, plus 1, etc., etc. Then it's the same thing, but times 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. That gives us our rotating modulations. Oh, I kind of sort of only have one CPP file for the code. The VST versions have more than one CPP file for the code. They have a setting up the controls file, and they have a processor file. And the processor file has both the 32-bit and the 64-bit processing, which is known as double replacing. And that's the second CPP file. But for mine, yes, there is only one CPP file for the code. There wouldn't have to be. I could use other ones. I just don't choose to. Having a bunch of files sitting around with different names only confuses me, and so I choose not to do that. So here's where we start incorporating how it needs to go. Let's use double 3AL as a reference. It'll end up looking like this. And we'll use this for this variable, which we only need to do one of those, but then the rest of this stuff gets adjusted. Rather than delay m, it's going to be D3a. Rather than offset m, we're going to use ma. This is going to become a live variable now that works. So it will sit here, but it's also going to sit here, and here, and here, and here. See? ma minus floor ma is going to give me a variable that will be traveling between 0 and 1, and then I'll also get the inverse of that, because the inverse of that is 1. I'm going to call it 1.0 minus whatever this is. So for right at the point that it transitions over to there, it'll be at 0. So the first instantiation is going to be 1 minus 0, so it's all the first one, and then the second one is one sample past where we were at, which includes rolling around to meet up with the beginning again. And now we got this working ML stuff. So C3AL. That's this. That's our count, much like count M is there. We've already deleted the previous example of that, but it works like this. However, like addition is commutative, so we can just successively add things to this, meaning we don't need to have this stuff live in parenthesis. Everywhere we're dealing with it, it's either sitting right there, or it's sitting there in a logic function. That means we can just straight up replace working ML with this. And we get that. And that is now both. See, the initial reverb plugin does not modulate. And this might be useful code to have around for in case I need to make a reverb that modulates. Bear in mind, all of my good current reverbs do not have any modulation in them, but there's nothing really saying they can't. In fact, what I'm building into Take Care could then be yoinked out of there and made into a regular mainline reverbs that suddenly have vibrato built into the pre-delay, making them weirdly galactic-like. So yeah, and that, Gabriel, that's why I'm doing it the way that I'm doing it, is I have enough trouble keeping track of all of this. I can't be jumping around different files. I will not remember. And that's fine with me. So I can shrink some of these down. It'll make them cluttered looking, but I don't care. Let's allow them to be cluttered looking and obfuscated looking, but basically what I need to do is just update the relevant things. Don't need that space either. Double check that I've got I do like having the parentheses there, but I don't need these ones. I'm assigning to something which is the result of this multiplication, but I'll add, and I'll have the multiplication live in parentheses for that little bit. And having done this, I don't need working ML. And this is now the new version of what everything must now be changed to. Meaning, that should now work. We've simply replaced it. And then everything else needs to be made the same way. But I'm going to tell you something. If this works, I mean really truly works, I can build this and there will be one of these delay lines now doing a big vibrato. Up, have a issue here. What's causing that to happen? Stupid thing. Do you highlight? Yes, you do. Okay, so hang on. Oh, I see what's gone wrong. I see what's gone wrong. This is a double. I can't add a double to an int without casting it to be double. So I'm doing a lot of processing and assigning the variables, yes. I'm doing this complicated thing. It makes these be doubles. The thing that I have done that is wrong here is not casting this to int. So we're using this. It's an int, and it's minus this, which is either also an int, or 0, which is also an int. But I can't add MA like that. In fact, I don't think I can type floor MA and make that work. I could define another. Maybe this is just time for more parentheses. I bet you this is probably going to work. We'll just add even more parens, and then we're going to hard cast that to int. Because the end result of this is going to be a floating point number. Oh no, I can't. Array subscripts can't use doubles. Array subscripts have to be integer, as you can see. So we got there. That worked. I don't need to keep a separate set of variables there. It'll be fine. And if this works, and it might just, I will have one of these things, pitch bending, and very little control over how I do it too. See what we get. That's a low-pitched sine, but I don't hear a nasty scrapey noise either. Yes, I do. I do hear a nasty scrapey noise. So next job is figure out what's gone wrong. And I can try it on ModernTron and see if I hear any pitch change. Might be a little more audible. Okay, what should be happening there, and I think it might actually be, I think it might be working where I thought it wasn't working. If I mess with this, we're getting a pitch update. And I'm hearing just one instance be out of place. But what's happening is it's not enough of a change. Sine rotate plus old FP drift. Drift needs to be bigger. Ooh, drift is also a power of 6 or more, or power of 9. Yeah, I think it's commuted. I think it's it multiplies rather than divides. This is power of 9. A is almost inaccessible at this stage. Here's something we can do to make that be a little bit better. Firstly, we still have the power factor in, so it'll start at a more gently speed ramped thing. B is still my dry wet. C, what's the deal with C? C is depth, isn't it? Let's change these around. I needed that to also be turned up. I have 2 controls already and didn't even know it. Oops. Please do not do that. And then I've got a dry wet, and the dry wet's going to be, I don't know, something silly like D or Z. How about Z? We don't really need a dry wet for this one. At least not for this. Let's update some of our controls. Nothing has names yet. Now let's see what shows up. A lot of unused variables. Z was not declared in this scope. What? Oh, I see why. I have the control, but I did not actually get around to using it. I go double Z equals param Z, and then it's doing the thing I wanted. Meaning also we can start bringing in all that other stuff as well. And now it'll build without a problem. Except we're not using all those variables, but we'll get around to it. We're still very much in the hearing a lot of delay because almost everything is a big long delay that's not modulated at all. I have to do a bunch of more coding to get it to where everything is getting modulated, at which point it will start sounding the kind of awesome I'm hoping to get to. But with these at nothing, we've got most of those delays in place and one of them different. And it lives! And we have feedback even. Okay. Starting to get there. Gonna have to put more of a taper on that too. Frequency modulation. Okay, we're getting somewhere. These controls are going to need to be smoothed. They're going to be performance controls to the extent where clearly I'm going to have to be modulating them and letting people do all manner of weird stuff, up to and including having a regeneration control that can feedback or at least get close to feedback. So I see where this is all leading. I probably am going to need an output volume control, and I'll tell you why. I mean to let you feed in like full volume stuff, but then turn it into horrible, strange things. So it's going to have to be possible to put it on full wet, do all this nonsense with it, and you have no idea how crazy it's going to get pretty soon. Because now all I have to do is copy what I've already done to 8 other delay lines, and it will immediately start doing what I hoped. And then we can start dialing it in, and you get Sulkin this coming weekend, so not this, but maybe next week. If people are really excited about this, then you can have it. And that'll be pretty straightforward, really. So I mentioned how certain things needed to happen. Here's one. I think we can live with making this 10 times as slow, but not 100 times as slow. The original one that lives inside, the one that lives inside Galactic Vibe is 100 times as slow as this. We can also make these be very steep. I don't know if I need that to be as steep as all that, so that you have a very small amount of modulation. Maybe what I'll do is I'll dial that back to 3 and crank this up to 5. That speed. Can I change all of these in scope? Yes, I can. And it's not going to be drift, it's going to be insane madness, and so we needn't literally just call it drift. We can call it vibe speed. And when you edit all in scope, the other stuff has been updated as well. Here's where we would be making it more linear or more random in terms of its crazy vibrato-ness. It's doable. You know what? I am going to skip around a bit, and I'm going to run off and give myself a... That is an interesting suggestion, Gabriel. I'll have controls for that. I don't know if I'm going to want that. I think what I would like is for all of the delays to be... Well, we'll hear what we get. I don't intend for this to be partly delays and partly modulations, but I'll admit that there is a relevancy to that. Might just... See, the matrix part is what makes it be complicated. Understand that if I did that, there'd be different numbers of delays with modulation active per side, probably, because I'm doing this whole matrix in a particular way. Allow me to go and grab a quick break now that I've solved the problems I needed to solve with this plugin. We're going to fire this up on SWB audio capture so that you can hear it directly. It's one of those old streams that I did. Again, maybe next week, maybe I'll do a stream like this and it'll be similar as this, except for then rather than being a full modular synthesizer, it'll be a stack of castles. Because who doesn't love a stack of castles? Much cheaper. And let's move this to where it looks appropriate. I'm stumbling across my things. Like the Portal drum stream, perhaps up to and including having a capture of it and putting it out there. You know, I have a website where I can, there's a website with literally the audio from the Portal drum stream, sampleable. I could do that with this. And those who know what that website is, if you know, you know, will be able to go and use those things. Just don't make it sound like me. You do a transformative thing with it. Anyways, it's 2:14. I will be back in a bit to complete take care and perhaps even start on the VST of it if all goes well. But first it's going to be getting take care fully working, and then it's going to be how many crazy controls can I add to this that will be good, such as Gabriel mentioned, adding a control for how many of the delays have the modulation active. I don't think that's actually going to work, but that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And I'll add a bunch of stuff like that. But for now, be back in a minute. noises happening in this. Okay, so I'm going to stop it. And we're going to get back to this world, which will probably carry me through to the end of the day, although I'm going to want to step away for, at 4 o'clock I have to step away in order to turn on my stove and start thawing out food for my tacos. I'm pretty sure I've already started thawing out hamburger. If not, I'm in trouble, so I gotta check. Alrighty, so I'm back. I'm having a look at chat because people are talking about things. And, General EQ for a master bus. You could do worse than to try mastering 2, honestly. Being able to do gentle stuff, yeah. I hope to develop further things, such as one thing that occurred to me is I do have my console control surface, and it occurred to me one thing I might enjoy is to set up a 4-band parametric rather than simply doing my thing with a intention of having broadband EQ, and then the parametrics always have to be narrow boosts or cuts. As interesting as that is, and I've got Console X for that, it occurs to me that it might be fun to try that smooth EQ concept, which allows for very clean and flat boosts and cuts. And then rather than having, because I got the 4 joysticks, you see, rather than having the 4 joysticks be band boosts and cuts like wah pedals, they're like 4 little wah pedals, I could have them be boosts and cuts over the general area, and then the positioning of the joystick side to side could be the center of the crossovers being used for the, what would be, I guess, no, it would be 4 bands, because it would be lows, mids, high mids, and treble, sure enough. I'd have an extra control handy. That could be neat. But then if the joysticks represent the center of the band, it can still work basically as you'd expect. But since they are not actually control over the cutoffs, moving one from side to side will alter both of the cutoffs between the adjacent bands. So if you had high mid and you're boosting it or narrowing it or whatever, and you moved the joystick to the side, making it go up in pitch, what would happen is the cutoff to the low mids would go up in pitch, and the cutoff to the highs would also go up in pitch. And it would all be within that, again, smooth EQ would be the model there, but it would be a 4-band operating in that way. And probably that would be enough to get it to behave appropriately. The middle joysticks would be the ones that would be of concern, really. You could certainly use mastering 2 twice if you really wanted to. Anything that it does that's more appropriately done applying it once, because that would be certainly one of the ones where it's meant. Actually, no, I stand corrected here. Let me show you something. There's Modern again. Airwindows mastering 2. KLM N. Why does it not click sometimes? I'm getting a lot of that. Well, no matter. We'll do it again. I honestly don't know what's the matter with the thing sometimes. Okay, please click on this thing now and register so that it can open and I can demonstrate the thing I wanted to demonstrate. Boop, thank you. I don't know why it doesn't work sometimes. So you can absolutely do this. Here's your side pass. Here's our glue. Here's our weird things. And it's basically just Kalman filtering again. If you wanted to do 2 layers of it, there you go. Make the first one be bypass. You should be good. Although I would also say if you were trying to do, like you compare that with, and it's not going to be in recent effects, is it? QRS. With Smoothie Q, which is very powerful indeed. If you wanted equalization as powerful than that, no number of mastering 2s will get you it. This is going to be more along the lines of, oh, also, I hear you mentioned something. I'm going to get over to the coding momentarily. I do hear you mentioning something, which if you need badly enough, also fairly extreme. And correct, Jonathan. I did that because I saw you mention it. Showing people that you know your stuff, rewarding people who were paying attention, basically. So Raphael Hauser, I'm working on this. This is called Take Care. It is to be a rich, powerful, and strange ambience maker with a taste for the bizarre. That's that Frank Zappa quote. I need to make a control that includes regen and an output control. And then all of this stuff is going to need to be modulated. And we've even got some of our tasty things in here where it's modulating the reverb tail and making it go weird. So I might keep that. And then here's our output. It's going to have a output level control because the kinds of things you'll be able to do with it are very extreme. And here's where we left off. Doesn't look like that big of a plugin. Here's what these parts do. We'll include the wet control, and that will stay. Yeah, I will say, I've got Smooth EQ being potentially so aggressive. It is so fierce. I was moving it around just a little tiny bit, and man, it did such a powerful effect. If I end up doing a mix bus / channel 4-band EQ to use with my joysticks on my control surface, I would probably make it not be as aggressive as that. Hee Gabriel, that's cool. You will have things to play with, I tell you. I've got a bunch of stuff way ahead of being done, and typically when they get to the repository is when I've got stuff basically ready to go. But that's not to say that there can't be things showing up where they'll end up being edited further going forwards. So if that's what you do, then you will have fun things to play with, including early things to play with. Often I'll have a batch of stuff, and it'll make it into the repository, but not into the consolidated, for instance. And if that's what you do, then that is cool as far as I'm concerned. You have earned the right to have sneak previews of plugins of mine, if that's what you do. Ooh, we're going to have a derez. Well, we can get frisky with that. And should. This will be interesting. Speed, depth. Let's just say that's the derez. And we'll not hard lock it. Meaning that it's going to have to be starting at 1. Not that any of this is set up for that yet, but that's fine. Going to need an output level as well. And a number of these things will need to be control smoothed, but I'll get to that. I'll probably be able to get all of this stuff done today. It's only 2:38. Jeremy, this is why I am hoping I'll be able to do a console-style version of it that can go on channels and the mix bus, where it will lend itself to that. There's going to be a version of that in the Stonefire area, where the current where in console X Stonefire lives. There will be a variation like that, and it'll run similarly to Smooth EQ, and perhaps even have the same. Wasn't that 3 bands? It might just be that. Let's keep moving. I kind of ground to a halt for a second there. I have now got, let's see, because it is stereo and I'm doing each of these in stereo, I have like 17 of these to edit and do. Here's how we're going to go about doing that. Let's make this work for BL. by search and replace. So in that case, 3, 6, 3, 6. In that case, I can use this as a reference. Oop, I'm going to also be, okay, so it's going to go in several stages, and it's going to use find and replace technology. In selection BL, I'm going to have to keep my wits about me a little bit, but in here, L gets replaced with R. I can probably copy this entire thing into the 2 next stages it needs to be in. But for now, we'll do replace in selection. That should now have these covered, but none of these are actually AR anymore. So I replace all of these ones with what they're supposed to become, namely C, F, and I. Let's see, right there. And lastly, I. Alrighty. That should have worked. Because it probably worked. Let's tighten up some of these spaces. Because it probably worked, I can copy the whole thing and move it down to here. And in fact, I can move it down to here as well, just for good measure. And now I change these with the same search and, well, no, actually not the same search and replace either. Dang it. No matter, I'll get there. I made it a little bit harder for myself. I should have done those all in one go. No matter. D. Oh dear. Let's undo that, shall we? I think we're still good. I think I've managed to just frighten myself needlessly. I'm trying to change A to D. If I hit Option, it does in selection. And I thought I had just done it over the entire file, but clearly I did not, because there are still A's in the file. I stand corrected. No, wait, no, I don't. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. These would also say D if I had broken it that way, and then I would have a giant pile of mess, and not the kind that I want. B becomes E. I think I just must have hit a glancing blow. I must have hit Option so delicately that it didn't even show me that it was selected, and yet it was. F. Here we go. Got to keep that selected. And B. There we go. If I start searching and replacing single letters out of the entire file, my world would be a world of hurt. I have to be very careful to not do this wrong. F, to E. In selection. Got there. Then I to H, as it happens. Again with the in selection there. D, A, F, B, E, H. D, A, F, B, E, H. And it should all still be about right. Here's my final batch. Down to A. Better hold down the in selection or I'll be very sad. This particular process is not messing around. Up to D. Capital I to G. And now I should be able to delete these. Feedback is going to get louder. I need to add more feedback, but right now it's fine. Does it build? It does build. Okay. Here's where things start getting hilarious. I'm going to need to add that volume control almost immediately. Dres 1, depth 0, speed whatever. Very washy and spacey. I hear a little crunchiness though. Okay, speed is very low at this time. And if it's too bright, you can simply use D-Res and get that digital quality of strangeness to it. You can always just go swoop, and it's nothing but rumble and thunder. I don't think I am actually using the cream coat style stepped modulations. I think that's just it not smoothing the control. Oh yeah, I'm sure you would have heard the crackle. That would be expected. What you can't hear is that this is heavily stereo. This is doing really wild, aggressive things in stereo, and I'm kind of digging that. So another thing I could do, you're listening to my vocal mic, and I do not have a way of piping the development laptop to the stream. I can pipe the streaming computer to the stream by running stuff to, what's it called? By running stuff to SWB audio capture, I can pipe stuff on the stream computer, including any jam I might do with those Bastel Castles, to the stream as DI. I cannot run the dev laptop to the stream, and I have a mono microphone for the stream. I don't know, but we'll find out. I've got some further scary things to do. But this is absolutely working so far. Oops. Look at you jerking around the tabs without me asking you to do it. There we go. Now I just need to make an out. And I'll put it right at the bottom next to the dry wet. Move it up later. Correct, we are not actually modulating that. So we're not hard locking it, nor should we be, because this clearly does not want that. Let's see, what else? Okay, so I've done out. What kind of scenarios do we get into with this? Param D can be feedback. Unless param C should be feedback and param D can be for DRes. Whole shebang can be a little bit louder than that. The lettered controls can be in order. This is probably going to give us far more feedback than we need, so I don't need to make this correction. I can also end up making that be more of a fixed multiplication. We don't need to have it be labeled like it is. These are things it is inherited. From the reverbs. Oh goodness. Excuse me. Okay, now D is for DRes, so this is wrong, but this is going to explode very quickly if I don't have it set right. More wet. Oh, I see what happened. Let's start that over again. But this time depth right down. Y is now output volume. I think I've locked into full effect right away. Interesting. Cool. Okay. I heard a little crackliness there. Oh yeah. We're going to have to put a taper on Y there, which is going to be output. Yeah, I've got a smooth depth. We are definitely getting into that caretaker zone. not liking how adjusting depth is making crackling noises, but there might not be anything I can do about it. Ooh, I forgot my labelings. I just shut off the regen, that's all I did. Gotta change those labels. Play your old 7H through this instant caretaker. Gotta do something about that depth, man. Alright, see you later, Gabriel. And just for laughs, what happens if we use it at full depth, but barely any speed, and barely any regen? Actually, no, we can do regen. Maybe not that much regen. Interesting. Okay, what other controls do we need for this? We need to smooth depth. Depth is a pain in the butt. And I believe that is because it is modulating so aggressively. What if depth updates these things faster? I would need to move the whole modulation section out of the Bezier section. But maybe I can. Let's find out. Also, I never did put in that old FPD business. Logically, we can do this. Then only this engine gets changed. And we're still only feeding in. I'm not sure what's gained by doing this, though. Like, it's the Bezier samples that we're hitting. I could just slow the rate of depth. I'm speculating now on what I need to do to depth in order to make it actually work. I think I can put that stuff back. Like that. And see, the trick here is that if we are we can control smooth some of this stuff, but it's not going to make a hell of a lot of difference if everything that's being altered is inside the DRes. Normally our control smoothing things would be like the output or dry wet, which are in fact outside the DRes section. But there's no point in control smoothing at native sample rate when other stuff is being deresed. And in fact, speed doesn't seem to care. I'm not getting any crackles off of speed, but I'm getting major crackles off of vibe depth, and that's because I'm updating all of these things at the same time. So probably what I need to do is a similar thing to some of my other stuff. Let's start this by making all of this smaller. Honestly, I could update literally all of this and have it still be doing its thing. These can be all the same number. I might actually like it that way, in which case all this gets simplified a great deal. Currently it's set up so that I can have them all be different numbers, but I don't have to. And it'll alter how it does its thing more than a little bit. For that matter, one thing I can do is, let's try a quick experiment with an existing plugin. Well, didn't expect that, but fine. There we go, we can do this. Never did update these controls either. Time to do that. Speed, depth regen dres. They're all 5-letter words. Neat. Maybe I can make everything be 5-letter words. That is certainly fine. And just above those are depth. Oops. There we go. Now we have to instantiate all these things. We're not going to use outer wet yet. I'll put that in later. We'll start on full output and full wet. There. Now if we do this, it works as before. But if we do this, well, then something different happens. We're now not updating depth at all. And it starts as 0, so if nothing happens, nothing happens. But and now I'm just wondering how fast I wanted to chase. So it doesn't necessarily have to be terribly fast. In fact, this doesn't necessarily have to be an if at all. We can just do that. That is an IIR filter, infinite impulse response. It's going to chase target depth and eventually get there, but it's going to take an age to do it. Let's see what happens now. Might need to slow it down even more. But now we've got stuff labeled a little better. And if I'm correct, full wet, full output. And we're also using a much smaller window now. Wow, okay, that blew up fast. I need to put a clip on here. That didn't hurt anything, but mostly because I can't send louder than full crank. Oh yeah. All in good fun. Okay. One thing I just found out, however, was going to the guitar hall setup. That is far too small. That is way too small. So maybe in the process of doing this, firstly, I'm not satisfied with this way of setting it up. I think we're going to replace all of these with something else. So they're going to be a fixed number. Everything's going to be its own number. And we're saving vibe depth, but we should also save the largest size of the buffer. Changing that is going to be weird though, but it'll still work. Or at least if it doesn't, we'll find out. Or maybe it'll, oh, hang on a second. Ooh, I do need to have something in there, don't I? Yes, I do. But let's just set up a very large number to stand in for all this, because that's where we were getting hilarious, messy, terrible things happening. And yes, I know there is an addition in there, and that's probably fine. Should be okay. Then I've got buff in there, which is going to replace some other things. We gotta go up here. Go. We'll start sort of at a middle position. We'll add another control. That'll be our largest setting. In fact, we can make it an int. I'm thinking this may not end up updating as quickly as some of the other ones. And this now all has to... Yep, none of that exists anymore. But now that will work at least. And then these things that are all the same become, well, first let's update the rest of the stuff. Did I call that? Yes, I did. I called it target buff. There. Every DRes sample, it's going to scale up and down by whatever it scales up and down by. This may or may not be fast enough to do anything. I see we're starting to increase in word size, so maybe that's going to be fine. That's an arbitrary observation. Oh, it's busted. I don't know why I didn't just hit save and move on. Well, at least it's showing me everything that I need to replace with buff. Of which there will be lots. And they're all going to be independent little things too, so. Or wait, no, they don't actually exist anywhere but there. Cool. I thought that was going to be harder. Oh, still got a problem. Oh, thought so. I thought there were going to be problems there. It just tripped over that to start off with, that's what. So I guess we're going to have to walk through every little bit of these. It's fine. No worries. That section is also going to need help. Everywhere we encounter it, but it's fine. We're carrying fewer variables now, at least. That'll be kind of neat. It'll make the whole thing run better when it finally is willing to run. Don't mind me, this will take me forever, but it's fine. Hopefully the rewards will be great. You can probably see why I can't simply do a search and replace here, though. These are all different names being replaced by a single thing, which is updating as it needs to. And it's probably going to be able to run this thing without scrunching. I may need to restrict buff's low end, because if I think it gets too tiny, it'll become horrible. Although if it gets too tiny, it will also be very low latency. So there's that. See how it's not found all of these, but I find them. And then there's only 3 layers of this. So when I finish with this section I'm currently on, it'll be fair game to run the program and see what it does. In particular, I feel like I'm going to set it up and see how it acts when doing a sort of sustainy, reverby thing. Also, the amount of regeneration I have on tap is a little bit scary, but it's much more unmanageable at small buffer sizes. So that might also be helpful to experiment with. Oh, missed one. Where was that? There it is. Gotcha. Hey, it succeeded. Parameter E will start out at 0.5. D is derez. That one becomes 1. Speed depth regen. Regen definitely doesn't start out as 1. Yikes. Terrifying. I'm kind of continuing to do these things the way I think they will end up becoming a factor. Okay, build you again. Back we go into the breach. What terrifying monstrousness have we unleashed this time? Also, I really should put in that safety clipper. This plugin's gonna want a safety clipper. Doesn't have to be fancy, it could simply be clip only 2, but this plugin's gonna want a safety clipper. It's gonna get unmanageable. Speaking of which, let's start buffer like this. And what have we got? Full depth, that's what. Okay, neat. Okay. It does freak out and make noises. I'm going to hit this at the very end. Okay, that was cool. Moves fairly quickly, honestly. When you hit buffer, it goes pretty quick. Glitch effects engaged. Okay, this is getting to be small enough. Alright, sounds like my maximum regen is about 2/3. Or we've got problems. Okay, that's definitely feedback zone. We do want that, but we also want a safety clipper in there. Haven't even started fooling with DRes. And I think I don't want any buffers smaller than this. So let's see what that number would translate into. 0.02a. $327. I will call it 256 is the limit. And I'm wondering whether I would like to are these small ones worth anything? Like if I do this, is that worth anything whatsoever? Also, come to think of it, if I do that, we can zero in on that 256 more efficiently. By, don't mind me, gotta add the parenthesis. $161.30. I could expand it out even farther. That is a doable thing. Let's see how it acts within the context of this that we're doing. Because buffer mongering does seem to have its place. But we're not able to get clean, well-behaved behavior, but that doesn't necessarily matter very much. Also, we can make vibe speed more intense. It's mostly going to kick in at high settings, and so I see no reason not to make that go bonkers. Target depth, that needs to be exactly as it is, or perhaps less tapered. We'll end up with a fixed variable for this. And we need that safety clip or something fierce. Time to implement that like right away. But this is coming together. I've got about, let's see, 20 minutes before thawing out some food. Never did out A and out B, but I'll get to that. These, however, these are functioning. Where was I at? How did I do that? What are we even talking about? I know that I needed to... Oh, I know. I remember what I was talking about. I was down here because this is usually where I put the clip only 2. I mean, I could get frisky and do clip softly. I don't know, though. I feel like clip only 2 is going to be a better choice. Has to be stereo. I know that the VST is going to be stereo. We need that safety clipper immediately. Immediately, if not sooner, as my mom used to say. Which is not the most polite thing to say. That's kind of anxious producing. That's kind of be in an enormous hurry. Nothing is good enough. And that's accurate for her. But that is what my mom used to say, immediately, if not sooner. She probably had her mother say it. And a lot of good it did us all. There's that. And out of the proc, it's already selected. Nice. Copy. And we can have it I'm speculating on to what extent I want this to be there, because we could just have it saturate before any of this. But if we do that, we can't gain stage it down using the output control. And that seems bad. Don't mind me getting stuck on stuff. It's all fine. It's part of the process of getting this stuff done. I hope my friend's okay. It's what seriously bugs me with some of that. There we go. Hopefully that'll work. I can... Oh, spacing was not declared. I did need more code out of there. I did. I needed code from here. But that's easily done. Plunk that under his overall scale, and we're good. There. Rather than only returning to the keyboard that plays reasonably nice things, let's make a giant pile of hell out of a voice. How messed up can we make this? Okay. Clipper works. Tiny buffer. Having the tiny buffer is a recipe for trouble. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise. Surely it's a little bit. I think this is probably going to be my regen setting. But we do have the sanity protecting clip control, so we can go beyond. And still clip the output. And this is kind of cool. Feels steppy. That can't be right. I mean, it's weird and cool and stuff, but it can't be right. By all means. I'm not really all that specific on what Caretaker did, other than by all means keep doing it is what I would say to him. Okay. We having some fun. Such a thing that could be done, certainly. Let's see if this is a safe setting. I also cannot figure out why this is stepping. Oh dear. I feel like 0.5 is not safe. I feel like 0.5 is not a safe setting. We can get real destructive without all this regeneration.
Such demands are hard things to forgive.
Okay. It's pretty crunchy. Okay, well, 0.5 is not a safe setting, but what is? 0.4? Here's our FM synthesis. Wow. Scary. Okay, 0.4 sounds like...
Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
Okay, we have monster reverb. What fun. Everybody loves monster reverb.
Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside our lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
So it leaves things in the buffer, and that's what makes it go crazy.
Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
Whoa. Almost time for me to go and thaw out my taco foods. Almost. That said, there's one thing that occurs to me, apart from probably should deal with the smoothing on the out and wet. And I can get my information out of there from something recent or something older. Like, I think this has control smoothing, or maybe this is not the one that does have. Also, I'm in the wrong place, and this is not the one. Well, never mind. This is the one. See, intrim A, intrim B, outtrim A, outtrim B, wet A, wet B. These are the things that I will emulate with the output and wet-dry control. I've already got them instantiated. I don't think everything is set up for this, but this part at least is. God, excuse me. So B ends up being the one that gets signed. It makes sense because you start at A and go to B. And we don't define those here, do we? So we first make the A become the previous one's B. And then after having done that, we've got this section where we define this. And that lives here. And then that was much more complicated, but it's fine. And there you have it. That is a control-smoothed output volume and wet control. I think it'll even compile and build. Yep. So that was fairly easy. So the remaining thing, before maybe calling it a successfully made monster plugin, and take care indeed, I'm going to be wanting to run either the Modern Tron track or something else through it to see if I can get into the zone easily without it just blowing up and going crazy. Because I very much wonder about that. Also, depth has not been crunching for a while. In theory, I could make this go faster. We can see what that sounds like. So, randomness should be a factor of the vibrato. So maybe we step that down here a little bit. I'm going to have to update so many things, but it's fine. Funnily enough, that actually is the same, I think. Or not. Maybe it's fine just the way it is. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Yeah, let's start updating the things. D, F. We've got a 9 control plugin. It'll still fit within consolidated, just barely. And we can make this an even bigger range if we really want to. Bearing in mind that it's already 3 times the size you think it is because of the matrix. So, what are we looking at? I got to make sense of this. What are we looking at? First control is vibration speed. We could actually start these off blandly at 0. Random, I know how to make that work too. That can also start at 0. That can start at 0. This stuff can start at 0. D is regen. I feel like maybe that should also start at 0. Yikes. E is now derez. That starts at 1, and I still haven't figured out why it's steppy. Buffer size. That can start at about halfway, I think. And then out can start at 1, and it can start at all wet. And let's just say that is enough controls. It's a 9 control, not a 10 control. So let's go through this again. Buffers F, yes. All these move down a bit to speed and rando. So 0 is going to be no randomness. 1 is going to be all kinds of crazy twerpling and gooping. C is depth. That's also correct. We can update some of this stuff. It's doing okay. E is in fact derez. I don't have that being stepped, so I don't understand what its little problem is, other than maybe I'm simply... Oh, I see what happened. Part of it is working with derez as a stepped factor, and part of it is working with derez as a continuous factor. I'll show you that in a moment. I see what went wrong. If you're very quick, maybe you see it as well. It's on screen. So yeah. So the one thing I could do is move the clip only to after dry wet, because that gives more range for craziness, including when things are mostly in full dry. Otherwise, if things are mostly in full dry and there's just a little bit of wet, it will restrict that rather radically. But if I put it after dry wet, it will restrict the combination of the two, meaning that it will alter dry if it needs to. But it'll also step on the combination of the two if that's the thing. So H. Oh wait, have I got just... We've got an 8 control, not a 9 control. No, wait. No, we've got an 8 control, not a 9. Okay. Looks about right. Clip goes last. It's doable. The rest of it's fine, so all we do is go remove plunk it in right at the end, where it can capture bad behavior from any combination of dry and wet. That way you can use the dry wet as a pad and also out as a pad, and none of it necessarily helps you a bit with regard to not having everything explode and screaming noisy volume, because it's fun that way. And let's see. Okay, vibe random. Random is mostly going to be small, but otherwise it will be large. If it is small, what happens? Old FPD times vibe speed. Let's pretend that was 0.5, shall we? Let's leave this in parenthesis just to make sure everything is copacetic with it. But then, what did I call that again? Ah, yes. Vibrandum. This will probably be messing with the speed to some extent. What I don't know is whether I have my random factor wildly off. So now I got to see what this does when we start turning it way up. Because old FPD is going to start out at a very high level and then be multiplied by vibe speed. But random, well, that might be a much smaller random value. And then if you peg it, you should get a really aggressive amount of variation that can be scaled using the power factor in there. Should build. Didn't build. Oh, I see why. I forgot some stuff I removed. Let's actually clean all the targets, otherwise it'll take forever to delete these things. Because I gotta delete these things. Boop. And then also these things. But then we should be good to go. Also, I'm going over time a little bit. I'm going to set this up to make scary noises and then walk away for a bit because I need to defrost my tacos. It's tacos time. Build. Oh, I have to build it twice. This old computer, it needs to build twice. If I clear everything so that it doesn't hiccup when I delete things, it needs me to build twice so that it has built its own dependencies. And that's what it just did. And now that I've done that, let's fire it up and see what it does. These things were all left alone. I think I had derez. Oh, I forgot a thing. Okay, so I saved that. I forgot the thing I had called out. Here's your problem. This is why it was being steppy. With the stepped version, I apply a calculation here which forces derez to be an integer division of the number. Also, I don't think that needs to be a 3. Maybe it doesn't even need to be a 2, but we'll find out. I bet it doesn't. I bet it doesn't need to be at 2. Let's remove that part too. I bet it'll be more fun to play with not like that. And this restrains it from being unreasonable. And we can tighten up some of these spaces. And this is why it was doing the thing it was doing. When it is a cream coat style stepped deres, when it is a stepped Bezier curve down upsampler, we always start at exactly 0. But if it's the continuous one, we don't. Instead, what we do is we subtract 1. If it's larger than 1, we subtract 1. We keep whatever the remainder is. That causes the weird little edge on things, which will be useful to use for sound design purposes and improvisation purposes for this. But that's why it was doing the thing I was calling it out on, that it was steppy. It was steppy because it always recenters to 0 unless I make it not do that. Let's see where we've got from here now that I've finally got all of this stuff up and running. Interesting. It's acting a little weird. Yeah, hear the little squeak? So if we have depth at 0, so the one thing I don't like about this, I probably need to do the thing that I did with another one. I'm not thawing out my food. Let's just throw something on here and I will run off and deal with my food. I don't care if it sounds bad. I need to pause this so that I can take care of my own well-being. Off you go. Ah, there's a limit to what rando can be. Okay, this may possibly blow up horribly, but I'll be right back even if it does. Acting kind of like it wants to. Turn it down. Okay. Oof. I'm back. And this didn't even blow up and go crazy, but we can fix that. Now it will. Okay, I see what's happening here. Wow, okay, it blew up so hard that it stopped. Clearly going to have to deal with that somehow. I'm not sure quite how it did that. That seems weird. I would have thought that I had a restriction on that, seeing as I have clip only here to prevent it from ever doing that. So that seems weird. We do have hard clips in there, so that should be enough. Okay, don't know. Don't understand. So outside of that problem, here's the thing. I need to make it override derez, and here's how that needs to go. I mean, basically, it's just that the whole thing was freaking out and blowing up so hard that it was just throwing every possible nightmarish overload at clip only 2. So I'm thinking probably what it did was throwing maximum and minimum values at a very high rate at it. I'm thinking that's what it was. You know what? I'm going to put this in parenthesis just to indicate, hey, this is a logic value. And seeing as now we have the logic value, there we go. Now if I crank it all the way up, it will react by not having any nasty overtones, because that'll straighten that out. Stuff was leaking through a little tiny bit. I can even push it slightly farther by making sure that there's space. I can add as many 9s as I want, and it'll still top out at literally 1. So taking it off this tiniest amount will invoke this. What else was going wrong? Well, one of the things that was going wrong was my randomness wasn't doing what I'd hoped. It just slowed itself way the heck down. So firstly, let's see if we can get it to be more aggressive. How many zeros do I need to remove before it starts throwing wild random stuff instead of just a steady vibrato? Because there's going to be a setting at which point it's doing that. Maybe back to our madness. Let's see whether it blows up. There it goes. So, oh, you don't want to screenshot those settings. It's going to change. There's a random. And we can go up to a high speed. So that we can hear how the pitch modulates. Unmodulated. And if we go to full random, what will happen is we will start getting modulation pitches even when we're as fast as this. We'll start getting random pitches that are so low that it's like the vibrato stops, which is not desirable, so I'm going to be dialing it back just a hair. See, it'll do this. And at a slow speed, it will be as if the vibrato shut itself off for a moment, so I'm not going to want that. So we figure out how much to multiply it by. Cool. Remembering also that at larger buffer sizes, all the effects are more extreme. So this is some wildness. Look, we can do full regen, and it still doesn't quite regenerate. Spoke too soon. It's effectively a stereo effect as well, because there is only one wildly modulating speed. I guess you can dial back, huh? The faster these vibratos hit, the more likely we're going to end up with one of the really slow ones like this. There's a good chaos factor happening. If it's at literally 1, we will eventually end up hitting a random number that is so low that it's like it just stops. I think there's too much space between these. Extra long buffer. Oh, also, we just updated the DRes, didn't we? what fun things can happen when it's going crazy, but DRes is extremely low. I think maybe I will add another power function in there. Or maybe not. It's quite workable. And I don't have it in such a way where you can actually hear the stereo, sadly, because we're only in the one mic. But it's doing useful things stereo-wise. I do want to add a factor to DRes. I do want to change that. Like, it's all cool and all, but we can give more travel in the lower frequency ranges by adding that simple power function. And let's see. Yeah, you will. I can't even pipe that into the stream. I don't have this on the main computer, you see. I haven't ported it yet. I haven't made an M1 version of it yet. Or Apple Silicon version, rather. So I couldn't do that if I wanted to. Let's do a final tweak. And we won't need to do it up there. Double that buffer size, and then multiply it by 3 in a householder matrix with feedback. And I'm going to play with this a little bit after that, and then we'll see what's what. And I'll probably switch off and go and have dinner slightly early. It's only 4:36. But although I started thawing the taco cheese out a little bit late, so, but still, like, there's stuff I want to have a peek. I'm hoping that friend of mine is okay. I have no way of knowing whether even me commenting about it or sending a message was even well received. It might have been the tackiest thing imaginable, but it still doesn't really change the fact that I'm sorry things are going poorly in that way. Who can say? All you can do is be yourself as hard as you can. So let me see. I'm going to have to subtract 256 from this. So minus x equals 32511 in that case. And then let's make it steeper so that we can get into the smaller regions more easily, because we've just doubled the total size. Let's see what we can make happen. Oh wait, I'm going to give it a little bit extra space just for the hell of it. Never did update this. I can probably deal with some of these things. 03125. Plus you know what, we'll just go with this. That's about as close as I need it to be. And let's see. Going to be about the same, but don't mind me just trying to figure out my thing. So that's going to be doubled, and then plus that, and then my maximum, it's going to be about twice that. Sort of 0.03. Mean 0.06, so about 0.07. I think it'll still build, hopefully. And where are we at? Lovely. This plugin amounts to downright spiteful. Let's see what we can make happen with this nonsense. Ooh, I didn't fix rando. I didn't fix rando. We'll get back to you. There. So back into here. I don't know if it's worth me turning the speakers back up because we still have the capacity of it being scary. But now we can turn rando all the way up. And am I using the double size buffer? Let's check. Yes, I am. We've achieved scary. Derez play. There we go. That's a way of turning the noisy stuff into something hilarious that I've now got it set up so that we can just play with this with everything cranked all the way up. Then you turn the speed down and you start getting more normal monstrousness. You turn derez down. It's jumping a bit. I have something to amend that on another one of the plugins. Is that going to be okay? Because I remember I tried to deal with that in another one of the plugins, and it was actually quite hard to make it behave. On the other hand, I did that in another one of the plugins and did more or less solve it. Not perfectly. But I got something of a solution for it at all sample rates, which was the problem, because you can't just adjust the pitch of it, because then other sample rates wind up not being correct. There's regen kicking in. See, regen can freak out eventually. We got there. Now it sounds like there's a fire. Or a distant something. Yeah, this is take care. This was my vision of what this was to be. Okay, that was scary.
What do you have to say?
Do have the capacity to drop the bombs. No question about that. Enough rando and speed, and it doesn't drop a bomb every second.
Know him.
It's got a very nice stereo thing going on as well, for all that it's a terrifying, horrible monster. So anything over halfway is doom. Freaky. Okay. I would like to have a final look at an earlier plugin, if I can remember which one it is, where I solved the problem of switching between the two things. And I'm going to want to look at what that was, because there was a plugin where I was using the derez thing. I feel like it wasn't necessarily K-Cosmos, though. Maybe it was. Let's find out. Let's find out whether it was K-Cosmos. If it wasn't that, it was something else. I will know right away by the weird crap up here in the definitions. I feel like maybe this, in fact, was the one. So there we go. So apply cream is the same here as decranked. And here's where we switch to best cycle equals 0. Otherwise, best cycle is -1. That's a sync function. Here's how I calculated it out. Also, it looks like for this one, I attempted to smooth the D-res, which doesn't make all that much sense, but I could do it. I could just take this, what else? Well, I'll take that from the other one. We'll just duplicate what was in Cosmos. I remember it took ages to solve this, because if you're at like 44.1K or 48K or 96 or 192, it's going to behave all kinds of differently. In fact, I'll steal everything up to and including the nomenclature. Don't necessarily need to do that, but nothing is stopping me from doing it. We don't have to apply that minus unless we have to apply that minus. So there we go. So there's that. Here's all of this. It's not going to be per MB. Yeah, that was correct. So it's not going to be per MB. It's not going to be here. It's going to be, let's see, did I include that code? Yes, I did. We're going to have all that code there. What am I missing? I'm missing that. I'm missing these. These also need to be there. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. But same deal. As I remembered, it was not meant to be per MB. So what is it going to be? D? E? E. Very good. And then we got to instantiate these to, I think we're going to start at 1, actually, not 0. We're starting at full res, not at nothing. And lastly, we must go back over to the H file. And make those. Double check that it was E. Yes, it was. And we are defaulting to 1, so our default values will be 1. I think it's quite funny that you can just set everything to full crank. See you later, Jonathan. I'm almost out. I did not end up... no, don't need you. You're fine. We got everything we needed from there. Lovely. Let's now see whether it answered to my needs. And I can close this, and we are seconds away from being done with stream, but one final mayhem. Oh, what the heck, let's just turn everything up all the way. Seems legit.
This amounts to downright spiteful. Stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor. You're a threat. No, there's no one there. Shown by all Hilter. Love's a trick and life's a terror.
Got it.
What then do you have to say?
Alrighty. I'll see if I can finish that up, although it's not for this coming weekend, but maybe the next one, if we don't have more important plugins to do. At any rate, it'll be a fun one to throw at people. And that should be good and amusing. So on that note, what I will do is say goodnight, and I'll see you next week, when maybe we'll be firing up this crazy thing, pointing a camera at it, and recording the results. But for now, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.